Welcome back to Nintagious. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm kind of a zombie, but we move forward. We got some more Picross tonight. Despite the clickbaity title, I don't think we're gonna lead with the really difficult stuff. I think we're gonna go in like kind of slow here. I've been feeling so exhausted the last couple days that I don't feel very comfortable about. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to jump into these special puzzles. For those that missed it last week, these are all 20 by 25, I believe. And they are extremely difficult. Some of them weren't so bad, but these later ones were extremely difficult. Like, that one took 25 minutes, this one took 20. I'm not feeling comfortable jumping into those, so we're gonna start with Wario stuff. And, take it a little slower to start. Did we completely finish the first two levels? I guess we did. Okay, cool. And then, after a bit of this, we'll head back over to the special ones, I think. I definitely want to finish them all, it's just, I don't think I'm, like, in the right headspace for it just yet. I want to de-rust a little, if you will. Defrost, maybe. I heard someone call it defrosting, and I was like, I actually like that. I don't know if it makes total sense, but I think I like it. As per usual, I have been looking forward to jumping back into this, though. I am kind of thinking about taking a small Picross break here soon. I don't really want to, but as some of you guys know, I've been thinking a little bit more about, like, channel growth lately, so I've been thinking it might be in the best interest of the channel to take a small break from it soonish. I don't know. We'll see. My plan was to finish this, and then finish Picross S5, which we've already started. And then take, like, a big break. I'm now thinking about potentially taking a little bit of a break earlier than that. But, as I said, we'll see what happens. We'll see what I'm feeling. I've been starting to think a bit lately that, aside from just, like, channel growth, like, thinking about, like, pacing. And I mentioned this briefly the one night, I don't remember what night it was on, where I mentioned something about, like, what if I start alternating between speedruns and art streams on Sundays? Because I worry that I stopped doing art streams because I felt like people were over it. Like, when I first started doing them, they were kind of popping pretty good. But the longer I did them, I was starting to feel like no one really cared. Like, everyone was like, okay, we get it. But that's enough. And as far as channel growth goes, I think, like, regulars were interested still, but... So that was a lot of why I stopped it. So then I started thinking, like, well, what if I just don't do them every week? What if I make them a little bit more of a rare occasion? Same with speedruns. Maybe that shouldn't be a weekly thing. Maybe that should be every other week. Maybe that would help it to stay fresh. I think that might bother me, though, is the problem. I don't even like doing stuff once a week. Like, it's hard to build momentum and feel like I'm really moving through the games if we only play them once a week. So, I don't know. Might be worth trying, though, and see what happens. Oh, all the zeros. Look at this. Look at this. But yeah, anyway, I was kind of thinking about potentially taking a shorter break from Picross sooner rather than later. Just doing like one smaller playthrough and then coming back. I haven't made any decisions on that yet though, so just a little inside baseball, as we say. Just some thoughts floating around in my head. What is this puzzle? There we go. What is this puzzle? Puzzle's weird. There we go. That's what I'm missing. It's a butterfly flying in a box. In a square shape. I don't know if they necessarily do that. I guess I don't know a lot about them, though. Anyway. We do, Sorry, I wanted to get my mind in the right spot, like, nice and quick. Cat was right here. I don't know where she went, though. Oh. So let me see. Let's do, like, a more proper intro here. Guy, Cosmo, how you guys doing? It's going all right, Guy. I'm like I said, I'm feeling a little zombie-ish. I don't know. It's weird. These last couple, like last night, I was fucking beat. Like, you guys know, at the end of the stream, I said something about like, dude, I'm so tired. And I didn't do anything after the stream last night. I basically just like threw myself in bed and just putzed around on my phone for a little bit because I was just so exhausted. That's part of why I gave myself an extra half an hour to get going tonight, because I was like, I want to make sure I'm a little bit more awake and not like just a complete zombie. Still a little bit of a zombie, but better than it potentially could have been. I still think there's some weird correlation with, the headphones make me yawn for some reason. That seems so, like, it can't possibly be true, because that sounds insane, but... Also, I'm very suddenly realizing I think I forgot to do something before I sat down to stream. I might have to take an extra early break to go take care of that really quick. I might have time though. It should be fine. What is that? This must be a plane? It's either a very fucked up looking plane or a very fucked up looking bird. I can't tell. Anyway. I often compare this to Sudoku, but I think you're right. I think this might be a little bit more like Minesweeper than Sudoku. It's a little bit of both. I don't know. That's like semi-accurate though. If you look at the tiles as being like, you're just less you're less punished for hitting a mine, basically. If that makes sense. I don't have a whole ton of commands, which is why I don't have a command to show commands. But the watch time command is just exclamation point rank. It might be because I'm only taking 1 day off instead of 2, yeah. I was feeling pretty good about that for a while, but honestly, I guess where it came apart is I've started being more active drawing too. So I have like both ends of the candles burning right now. We might move back to 2 nights off once we finish Bravely Default. Just because I'm like, half of the time right now I'm just like, dude, I'd rather be drawing. Just because I've found that drive. It's another reason why I've been thinking about, like, should I just get back to doing art streams? Because if I'm really feeling drawing right now, I might as well just make the most of it, right? The slight hesitation on doing art streams is I'm not really sure what the next project should be. Because I've had a couple different ideas of like, oh, this is what I should do, and I just have to like narrow it down. I thought about asking you guys like, hey, what should we do? But like, as soon as I thought to do that, I was like, but I think like I definitely want to do this one over this one, for example. And I don't think I'd want to... If we're gonna do it, I should, like, be into it, right? I don't want to necessarily wind up doing one that I'm not completely into, because then... Making sure your heart is in it is very important when it comes to art, in my opinion. Some artists might disagree with me on that, but some are much more capable of forcing it than I am, to be blunt. It can be draining. It can be. In a different way, though. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's really difficult because when I'm, like, really in the groove with drawing, it's not exhausting at all. Like, it feels great. But if I'm not really in the groove, then it's, like, incredibly exhausting. It's an incredibly satisfying... That's the word I'm looking for. Excuse me. I was gonna say career, but I'm not really talking about it from a career standpoint. Like, this could apply to the hobby standpoint as well. But I also don't want to restrict it to that either. I don't know. It's a very satisfying thing to do, but you really have to be in the right mindset for it, for sure. And if you're not, it becomes far less satisfying very quickly. Which is why, when I get into that groove with it, I kind of just want to stop everything and just focus on that to get the most out of it. Doesn't necessarily work because that usually leads to me, like, burning myself out, and then for several months I won't do any drawing at all, which is not great. But yeah, in general, I've been pushing pretty hard lately, especially because I really want to get Bravely Default done. Which, again, I want to stress again and again and again that I'm very much enjoying the game. I'm glad I picked it up. I'm glad I committed to taking it this far. I don't have any regrets. Let me put it that way. I do not have any regrets, but it is still... We've been playing it for 4 months, dude. We've been playing it for 4 months. I have no regrets, and will probably remember the game very fondly for years to come. But we've also been playing it for 4 months. My big concern now is I'm afraid that the end of the game is gonna be, like, really grindy, but we'll see what happens. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be free. Maybe we'll just sweep through it tomorrow, no problem. and then we can move on. I doubt that, though. But yeah, I got kind of laser focused on... I sat down and I, like, looked at the schedule and everything and said, okay, this, and this I need to finish. I need to go back and finish those. And that actually worked. Like, for a while there, it really lit a fire under me, and I was like, yeah, let's go. Let's get it done. But eventually it still caught up, and I think a lot of that is still summer weather. Like, especially lately, I haven't been sleeping super well because it's just hot and nasty. And that'll be draining on its own. The most frustrating thing to me, and I've mentioned this a couple times, I think, is that when I took that week off at the beginning of July, I did not feel recharged after that week, like, whatsoever. And that was, like, alarming to me. And that's what made me think, I gotta figure something out here. Like... if I'm so worried about finishing this, that, and the other thing that I can't even take a week off because I'm just worried about finishing this, that, and the other thing the whole week, then there's no point in taking time off. That's just slowing down progress. It'll be easier to rest once things are actually done, I guess is what I'm thinking. And again, I've found myself thinking about, like, channel growth a little bit more lately. Which can be stressful. For the most part, I don't like to think about it that much because of the fact that it can be stressful. I'd rather just have a good time with it, right? But if I'm expecting it to pay the bills, then I have to strike some sort of balance there. I have to find ways for it to... find ways to just have a good time with it and encourage growth and all of that. Although the big stressful thing about that, about aiming for more growth, is that, like, I don't know if there's a way I can really do it without, like, sacrificing and saying, fine, I'll play some game that everybody else is playing just so that the channel can grow a little bit, and I don't really want to do that. To a point, I feel like some of my identity as a creator is going against the grains, and I don't necessarily want to sacrifice that. But it might be a little necessary. I was kind of hoping that Mario Golf would pop off a little bit more than it has, because I thought that would strike a balance pretty well. Like, it's super mainstream fucking Mario, but it's just not ticking the same boxes as, like, Mario Kart and Mario Maker do. I guess. Or I'm not playing it enough. That might be another issue. People aren't finding the channel through me playing it because I'm not playing it enough. I need to try and... It's legit a fucking Kappa. I should try to talk to, like, Twain about it and see, like, what his potential advice would be. But I think that he has a similar mindset to my own, where he's gonna be like, well, clearly don't play something you're gonna hate. Like, I don't think he would be like, well, just play Mario Maker. Like, because he knows that I'd be fucking miserable doing that, and that that's not really an answer. Also, hey, Volpe. We've only done, like, what, 5 or 6 so far? We only just started. I started a little late. Yeah, maybe there might not be that many people playing Mario Golf. That might be part of it. Compared to the other stuff, that is. I'll get it figured out. I always do. I think it's just that lately I've felt a little worried that I'm getting complacent, maybe. And then I'm just settling for, like, this is good enough, and it's like, well, we could do better, it's just I have to put my mind to it. But that's the thing with complacency, is you don't really think about putting your mind to it. The salamander. Oh, I forgot there was a Pokemon Presents coming up. I don't know if I'm that excited. I'm curious. I want to know more about, the spin-off title. I don't really need to know more about the remakes. Like, it's a fucking Pokemon remake. Like, just... why even announce them? Just wait until they're done, and then just shadow drop them. Because, like, people are gonna buy them. Like, we don't need to know information about the spin-off, about the remakes. We already know, like, exactly what it is. So, it's like, I don't need to see a bunch of information about that. Oh yeah, there was like that recent Sakurai interview, right? Was he talking about something like that, about just like just play the games you like? I do think that's like, I think that's really key for streaming, for sure. I don't think just playing whatever is popular is necessarily a good idea. I don't think you're ever gonna be like truly happy doing something like that. It's gonna feel like work, etc. But the unfortunate truth is that it is work, more or less. Like, I do treat this as my day job. And to a point, that's what makes it easy for me to be like, this is good enough, because, like, I felt like I've found a balance where it doesn't feel too much like work. And I don't want it to. Like, I don't want it to. If I ever get to a point where I'm sick of streaming, I know that I did something wrong. And that hasn't happened yet, so I'd say I'm on the right track. But if I do want to continue to make a living off of it, I have to find ways to I have to split the difference. I still have to find ways to make the channel grow so that it continues to make money, so that I can continue doing what I'm doing. It's like a little imp dude, yeah. So I do think there's gonna be some reinventing once we're done with Bravely Default. It's not going to be anything drastically different. I don't think you ever have to worry about me, like, suddenly being like, I'm going to be a Mario Maker streamer now. Like, that's just not going to happen. So, like, when I say reinvent, there's no cause for alarm. But I have been feeling lately like I need to do something different. Something needs to change. I don't know what yet. And maybe it'll just be the freedom of being able to do something other than play Bravely Default. Maybe that's all I need. Again, don't get it twisted. I have no regrets. I'm glad that I committed to playing the game as long as I have. But, it's definitely still something, like, I've been, like, anchored to that game, right? And I can only imagine it's gonna feel very liberating once it's done, and I'm able to literally just do whatever the fuck I want. And, Guy, you actually said something at the end of the stream last night that I didn't get a chance to comment on. Because it was, like, I think I saw it when the intro, or when the outro was playing, you know, about there probably won't be any, it'll probably be a while before another JRPG makes its way onto the channel. The next like, I'm gonna get the Pokemon remakes, if you want to count those as a JRPG. Otherwise, I'm, probably gonna stay far away from JRPGs for a while. Unless I know that they're not too long. I think I could possibly justify it if I know that it's gonna be, like, under 8 streams. If it's not gonna be too long, then I can probably be like, oh yeah, we could play that. The Pixel remasters might be a good example of that. Final Fantasy games aren't really as long as other games are. I've heard people say before, and it probably sounds like super insulting, but I think it's kind of true. I've heard people say before that Final Fantasy is, like, the gateway RPG. Because they're a little bit more serious, but they're not 120 hours long. So they're, like, it's a good, like, entry point for people that want to get into JRPGs. I saw that there was an interview about No More Heroes 3. I didn't read it. Watch it. Whatever. But I saw what there was. In fact, I would probably go out on a limb and say we will play the Pixel remasters at some point. I just don't know when. But I think that's, like, almost an inevitability, because, I mean, it might be in a couple years for all I fucking know, but it's, they are games that I'm interested in playing, so, eventually. It's a nice 2 frames of animation. I don't know, it's real tough to figure out what people want to see. I guess is what it comes down to. In regards to content creation, it's real difficult to know like what's gonna resonate with people. And even if it resonates, is it gonna like do well a second time? Because that was a lot of why I decided to go so hard into Picross, because I know that there is a small crowd that watched the archives after the fact. So I thought, well, let's give them some more content. The issue with that has been is that from a stream perspective, they haven't necessarily done super well. Not necessarily bad, but not great either. And a lot of that issue, I think, and that's... I almost don't like criticizing this being a problem, because I think it could very easily sound like I'm trying to say that something else is the problem, and it's not my problem. And there's nothing I can do about it, which is like, there are things I can do about it, so that's not necessarily true. But I think part of the problem is just the YouTube community. I don't think the YouTube community wants to see new things. I think they just want to see the same thing over and over and over. And I guess that in particular, if I'm being real honest, can sometimes cause a feeling of, like, why bother? Like, what's the point? And that can be, as a creator of anything, that can be a very crippling thought. Especially when you're trying to make money off of being a creator. That's gross. Art's the same way. Like, I've definitely had the same moments with art where I'm just like, does anyone really care? Why am I holding myself to this? Like, do people care? Or should I just move on with my life and find something else? Now, I was lucky to eventually find a rhythm with art where I can just do whatever the fuck I want, and people are cool with that. I haven't found that. I have found it with streaming, but, like, not to the extent that I'd want to, I guess. I look at... Not to sound like I'm ungrateful for what I do have, because I'm very grateful, but... I look at bigger creators that can, like, especially those on Twitch who can literally do anything they want. And they still have, like, a horde of 1,000 people watching. And it's like, that's kind of the dream. Is it just too much to ask that I could do that without playing Mario Maker? I think that's the frustrating thing for me, is I feel like there's no hope unless I just start playing Mario Maker all the time, or Splatoon all the time, or Minecraft all the time, or... I don't know, what other games are popular right now? Like, super duper popular. It's like, I don't necessarily want to do that. Even if it's a game I really like, I know I'll get bored with it eventually, and I'll want to play something else. Just look at Monster Hunter Rise, like... That game came out and, like, I was playing it every single day for multiple hours. Eventually, that wore thin, and I was kind of like, nah, I want to do something else now. Like, that's just the way I am. I can't, like... I can't just deny that, I guess. I couldn't just wake up and be like... Well... I really want to play these games, but, you know, I gotta go to work and play fucking Splatoon. Like, that would destroy me. Like, what would be the point? Why is his head moving like that? What on earth? Minecraft was unusual for me because the first time I played it, I'm sure I've told this story before, but like, when Minecraft like first came out and was taking the world by storm, wasn't even taking the world by storm yet, it was still... Gamers played it. And that was about it. And I got it. And they've merged, like, accounts and shit so much at this point that I, like, don't even have access to the copy I bought anymore. But I liked it. The first time I played it, I was like, yeah, I get it. This is cool. But then, like, I tried to play it a second time, and I was like, this is dreadfully boring. I think it's the type of game for me that's only interesting the first time through. When you have that sense of discovery, when you're like, everything's new to you, everything's new and exciting, because you're like, I don't know what, and like, there's mystery, you have no idea what any of this stuff is. In that moment, it was exciting and captivating to me. But once that was gone, I was like, there's nothing left here. Like, this is just, there's nothing to it. And I think all games like that kind of have the same issue. Animal Crossing kind of had the same issue. When Animal Crossing came out, like New Horizons, when that came out, I was playing it every day for like an hour every day. I was super into it. But then eventually the mystery wore off, and then I was just kind of like, now I get bored in 5 minutes. And I don't think that's necessarily something fundamentally wrong with the games. I think that's a problem that is exclusive to, not exclusive to me, because I'm sure other people feel the same way. But I don't think that's necessarily something that's wrong with the game. Is just what I want to clarify there. I don't know that. Stop. See, that's unfortunate, guy. If you were, like... When you heard of Minecraft, it was already everywhere, and you were, like, all immediately sick of hearing about it before you could even give it a chance. That was kind of me and Undertale. Undertale took over so quickly that it was one of the, like, one day I heard about Undertale, and it was already everywhere. And by the time I actually played it, I was like, this is what's everyone's so excited about? It was so overhyped that I was just completely and thoroughly unimpressed. And I have to wonder what would have happened if I would have discovered that game before it was already ridiculously overrated. And if I would have felt, like, different about it. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Nobody calm ever plays Minecraft on YouTube. It's only people who obnoxiously scream into their microphone. It's because they have fucking children watching. And they have to appeal to that audience. Children don't want chill, is the problem. That used to be the misconception about YouTube in general, is that, like, viewers didn't want chill. It's like, no, kids don't want chill. Adults do. See, Fortnite's not even popular anymore, so I think hating that for being popular is, like, kind of unnecessary. Because at this point, the only people who play Fortnite are the people who legitimately enjoy it. No one plays it because it's popular anymore, because it kind of isn't. At least not to the same extent it once was. It used to be you couldn't get through a stream without somebody mentioning Fortnite. Now that happens all the time. Anyway, I mentioned a little bit ago that I forgot to do something before the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and take my break early so I can go take care of that. It shouldn't be too long though, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes and then we'll continue and we can continue this conversation too, so. I don't know if it's maybe like a semi-real conversation because it's very like inside baseball and talking about the inner workings of content creation, which might be boring to some people, but I think it's typically interesting to talk about, so. So anyway, stay tuned, I'll be back in just a minute. microphone in real quick, and we're good to go. Let me catch up a little bit. Chugga Conroy is loud, but he comes off as someone who is energetic and passionate about the game, not someone trying to keep the attention of an 8-year-old. And I think that's fine too. Like, that's definitely a thing. Like, when I'm watching a streamer, I can tell if they're like legitimately just excited about something, or if they're just trying to force it and they're being excited about like nothing at all. A great example, I think. Has anyone ever watched, like, the live reactions for, like, the Smash Brothers trailers and stuff? Go look at how many people... You know how, like, the beginning of the original Smash Ultimate reveal was, like, it's just Battlefield and then, like, Mario pops out of a pipe? Go look at how many people lose their shit just over the appearance of Battlefield and Mario, which are the most given things when it comes to Smash Brothers. And there are still streamers who are, like, jumping out of their chair, losing their fucking shit over Mario. And it's like, dude. Sure, some of them might legitimately be that excited, but I don't think many of them are. I think many of them are just trying to, like, play it up. And I can see the difference there, which is the thing. And I think most adults can. Kids probably can't, and that's probably who they're aiming towards as far as an audience, but... Oh, yeah, that was the thing with the Castlevania reveal, for sure. Where there were people who were like, holy shit, it's Castlevania, and then Richter showed up and they were like, who's that? You can really tell, like, who's, like, legitimately a fan, and they're just kind of, like, trying to ride the hype train. And I'm not saying that riding the hype train is necessarily bad, but I think at the end of the day, if you're like if the viewers can tell if you're legitimately like excited about something, I think is what it comes down to. I think they can tell if you're faking it. And I say that as someone who often views streams. So that's like, that's the thing, is like, I've seen it where I'm like, yeah, this guy's just like faking it. This isn't like legitimate passion. And I think legitimate passion will resonate a little bit more with people, is maybe what I'm getting at. Now, I do think some people have the charisma that they could pull it off. And they could be excited about anything, and people are gonna find it to be pretty hype. Like, I think there are some people who can do that. But a lot of streamers think they can and they can't. Is the thing. And that's another thing with, like, talking about channel growth and stuff, is I can't force myself to be fake. I think one of my best qualities is, like, being honest with people. So I don't think I could do that. I couldn't put on a smile and be like, "Hey guys, we're gonna play Splatoon and Minecraft for 8 hours." Yeah. I couldn't do it, and I feel like the viewers that I really value would see right through it. I fucked up somewhere, and I don't know where. Oh no. We're just gonna drop that one, because I have no idea where I screwed up, and I don't feel like troubleshooting it. It's a stereotype about Nintendo fans only playing Nintendo games that's kind of hard to defend against when people during Cloud's reveal were like, Starbucks? Yeah. Yeah, I was like so quickly, like... I don't know. Even as someone who's not that big of a Final Fantasy fan, I very quickly knew what was going on. Whenever a new game is announced that you like, your feelings are a cross between excitement and, well, that's another $60 I need to spend. Or that brief glimmer of hope that it won't be $60. Which is usually squashed pretty quickly. How did, See, I guess I don't know how much you were potentially lurking through, Mike, but... I was talking about, like, adjusting my attention onto channel growth a little bit, and trying to figure out, like, what should I do to make that happen? And how I don't think I could just play Splatoon or Minecraft or Mario Maker and just milk the shit out of it and make it work. How did you do it? Out of curiosity. See, something, and I mentioned this. I mentioned that, like, I should talk to Twain about it. And like, you know, there are other streamers I could talk to about it too. But, I think the inevitable problem is I have a feeling a lot of streamers don't know how they did it. It probably just kind of happened. At least the ones that did it and are happy about it. And this is unfair to them, but I have this gut feeling that the people that just grow off of doing nothing but playing Mario Maker just aren't happy. Because how could they be? Look at the community that pulls in. How could someone be happy doing that? Like, I, like, refuse to believe it. And it's unfair, because just because I don't understand it doesn't necessarily mean that they're miserable, but... It seems like a safe bet. Like, I don't know. There's a small part of me that thinks I should lean super heavy into doing, like... Dancing on the line of, doing art streams that are, like, a little bit more fan servicey. I wonder if that would work. Just be like... I'm just gonna draw hot girls. Like, I wonder how well that would work, if at all. Dude, did I fuck up again? No, we're fine. Never mind. Fucking... I panicked a little bit, but we're okay. It's a luchador, dude. You like getting excited for other people? Like, oh wow, people are gonna like this. That's what I try to do for, like, Nintendo Directs now. I try to look at stuff as, like, this isn't for me, but there are people out there who are really excited, and I'm excited for them. But I'm still not gonna, like, leap out of my chair and punch a hole through my wall in excitement. And then sit down and be like, what is this? What like, I've seen reactions where people do that, where they freak out, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe this, and they're just losing their shit, and then they sit down like 30 seconds into the trailer, and they're like, what am I watching? What is this? What am I looking at? And it's like, what the fuck are you excited about then? Like, what? You can be excited for other people, but that's still like... obviously playing it up. I've been thinking about titles lately, for sure. Stream titles in particular. I have been thinking about that lately. I feel like I try too hard to have, like, something clever in the title instead of having something that people are just gonna want to click on. Because it'll, like, to be something that's clickbaity, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's gonna make them go, like, what's this? What's he talking about? I gotta see this. And then I also tend to be like, I have to include, like, the game title in there in some way. Which I think you should, right? Because... I don't want to bait people into clicking on it. I don't think that's right. I've thought about that too. Like, I haven't, like, considered it, but I've been like, if I wanted to get sleazy about it, I could make every stream title include the words, like include some sort of shot at, hey, we're gonna experience something other than a Mario game. Imagine that. And just try to, like, bait, because then, like, anyone who searches YouTube for Mario is gonna, that's gonna cause it to show up in the algorithm, right? But that's, like, that's sleazy. I don't like that. I like that little drum beat. It's fun. But I do think I should try to play up, like... dramatics. For example, I did the thing tonight where it's like, are these some of the hardest puzzles we've ever done? And it's like, that's like sort of clickbaity, right? Fortnite Alternatives Volume 1 episode. Yeah, exactly. Games I could be playing instead of... games you could be streaming instead of Mario Maker, episode 13. But it's like... I don't know. Not only is that very, like, clickbaity and obviously trying to take advantage of the fact that if anyone searches Mario Maker, they're gonna potentially see that stream, it's also very passive-aggressive towards the rest of the community. And I'm not... Not that I'm trying to hide the fact that I think very poorly of Mario Maker, Mario Maker, Mario Maker, Mario Maker, but I don't want to make it look like I'm launching a war against it or something like that, because that's not the case. Also, hey Scarlet, how are you? It's funny you said the thing about the waifus, too, because I just said, like, I wonder if I should just try and do streams where I'm like, I'm just gonna draw, like, hot video game characters. Tonight we're gonna draw, Tifa Lockhart in a cheerleading outfit. For no particular reason other than it's fan servicey. Please click on my stream. Like, I wonder if that would work. The thing is I think even that I'd get bored of after a while. Like, even that I'd be like, okay, now we're gonna draw Peach as a cheerleader. Now we're gonna draw, like, eventually I'd be like, okay, that's enough of that, right? And I also feel like it would just lead some people to just not respect me as much. And I wouldn't hold that against them, necessarily, if that's what I were doing. Because if I followed someone and that's what they started doing, I'd probably not respect them as much, so that's completely fair. Actually, yeah, that's pretty much the only way that can work out. Never mind. Nope, that could be there. It's not. Do we know that? I don't think we know that yet. Back up. No, yeah, we know that now. second, cross until it is done, etc. What the fuck is that? Is that a totem pole? I still can't. What is that? Some monkey doing one of these? I can't. Okay, anyway. Also, hey Theo, how's it going? Are they the hardest puzzles compared to what has been on this channel? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say, not these, not the one I'm doing at the moment. Whoops, I went too far back. My bad. These special ones, these are probably the hardest Picross puzzles I've ever done. We are gonna go back to those at some point, but I wanted to ramp up to it instead of just throw myself face first into a cliff wall. What if you started doing Mega Man Maker content and to always point out how it's like Mario Maker with fewer horrible levels? It would have to actually have fewer horrible levels for that to be the case. Don't confuse there being less levels with there being less horrible levels. Proportionately, the horrible levels are still... They're there. They're plentiful. I don't know. You gotta keep in mind, my issue with Mario Maker is the user-created content. And that is gonna be a problem with any game that has user-created content. That's not gonna go away. It's not like just making it Mega Man is gonna make me be like, oh, this is fine. Like, no, I'm still gonna be like, user-created content is garbage. And I don't like it. Because most people are not capable of knowing how to make good content. If anything... no, that's not true. Never mind. I was gonna say, if anything, Mega Man might be worse because of instant death spikes, but everything in Mario is instant death, so no, never mind. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. I don't know if it's bold-faced, because I wasn't very bold when I said it. Is that the is that what that means? I don't know. Anyway, you know what I mean. That's why I don't like fan mods, either. Because most people who make fan mods have no business making anything related to game design. Because they have no fucking clue what they're doing. And it shows. And I don't really have an interest in weeding through the bad to find the occasional good. If I hear about something that seems pretty good, then that might be different, but I'm not really interested in weeding through myself. Oops. Oh, drum beats, so fun. I like it. It's a basketball dude. The, I don't know what they call the positions in basketball. So I can't really... I couldn't really tell you. I don't hate Mario Maker, I hate you, Mikey, Elda Gamer. That's probably what, like 2019? A bald-faced lie? But I'm not bald. I'm not even close to balding. I don't think that works either. Right? Like, I think it's all there, right? More or less. I can't see it, so what do I fucking know? Only mods you like are the ones that fix the game. Like, yeah, like quality of life stuff, I'm typically okay with that. That's fine. But like, I said something last night in Mario Golf where I was like, what if they made like advanced versions of the courses that had more obstacles? But that would take like a lot of work because unless they were to just grab a question mark block texture and just start dropping it in places, which is going to look really shoddy and like a fan mod. And I'm not a big fan of stuff like that. I like seeing stuff that's like, there was obviously a lot of care and effort put into it, and they didn't just port assets from another game and just and say, there you go, you got a game. Like, I'm not a big fan of that. See, like 10 years ago, I explored a bunch of Mega Man fan games, and that's kind of how I did it, Theo. It was like, I'd play it for a bit, and I'd be like, nah, I don't like it, and I would just move on to the next one. The problem is that's not super compatible for streaming. Like, that doesn't work super well. You'll also use a mod that changes the button prompts to Switch Pro Controller buttons. Steam can do that on its own, can it? Or are you playing on mobile? Also, rest assured, Mike, I'm reading everything you're saying about, like, titles and such. I think you have some good points. I think the reason I don't use hyphens is because, and you probably know this, they only give you fucking 100 characters to make a fucking stream title. It's not easy to try and make something semi-catchy in 100 characters. So I've, like, tried to cut back everywhere I can. And sometimes I use every all 100 characters. Let's get a big pack of hit or miss gambles and go through them until I find a good one. I don't know. I don't think that would work with my style. I would just get frustrated and be like, I just want to play normal fucking Mega Man 3. Oh, it only changes the button prompts in big picture mode? I don't think I knew that. I haven't been using the Switch Pro Controller anymore, though, because I had problems with it, like, randomly disconnecting, so I just stopped using it. I just use the PS4 controller now, because I know it'll actually stay connected. I just don't think I'd have fun with it, to be honest. I think you have like, okay, let me rephrase. I think you have a good idea, Scarlet, but I don't think that it would work well for me. I think someone like you could make that work. I don't think I could necessarily make that work. I think it's a good idea, it's just... I don't think I would be the one to make it work. Now, part of that might be... And everything I'm about to say is gonna be ridiculous. Let me just get that out there in the first... Like, just... Let me just be self-aware here for a moment and say, like, everything about this is gonna be, like... Some of you are gonna be like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. I think that's valid. I've heard rumblings before that I'm too negative about games. And I think me doing something like that with fan games would come off as me being like, I'm intentionally picking something that I'm not gonna like just for the sake of being negative about the game. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to ever be like, let's play Mario Maker so I can bitch about Mario Maker for 6 hours. I don't think that's entertaining. I think that's just gonna turn people off. More than it already has. I feel like my channel already has a problem with people being like, oh, he's that one that bitches about Mario Maker all the time, so I'm not into that. So I don't necessarily want to do something that's explicitly, there's a good chance I'm not going to like this, because I think that just comes off the wrong way. For me in particular. Again, I think you have a good idea, and I think other people could make it work. I just don't think it would work for me. And again, I couldn't just fake a smile and be like, this is fine. You might think this looks terrible, but no, I love this. You know what I mean? What if if you wonder if Sonic 3 AIR has switch button prompts? I don't know if I've used... Can you even use the Switch Pro Controller with that? I think I usually use my Genesis controller for that. Yo, it's another monkey, dude. I see where this is going. I see where this is going. So yeah, I think Scarlet, you said that this is probably the first one is covering his eyes. This one's covering his mouth. I see where they are going with this. Okay, let's go back here and see if I can do this one that I fucked up earlier. How'd you place last night overall? I said at one point, because I remembered, and I was like, oh, I should have told Theo what his placement was before he left. And I said what it was, but I don't remember. I think it was 12 under total? That sounds right-ish. I think I'd have to build another way to track score for that idea. I was thinking about that a little bit. I feel like it's too easily skewed, right? Because, like, clearly the longer someone plays... I think birdies are too expected. Let me put it that way. I think if I were to wanted to get a more accurate score of how well everyone played, I would actually want to consider birdies to be par. Does that make sense? Because otherwise it just snowballs, and by the end of the stream, I didn't shoot over the entire stream. I, at worst, shot even. I had perfectly on par. Or I shot under. So that just snowballs. Eventually, the number was so big. I think I ended like 18 under or something like that. And I feel like that's just, like, not accurate. I don't know. There might be a better way of doing it, is what I'm getting at. If we want, like, an accurate idea of how well each individual person does in a night. Like, throughout the night. I don't necessarily know how to do it, but I think there's a better way of doing it. And then perhaps, obviously, the other issue is I didn't save the list afterwards, so I can't, like, just load it up and look. We don't know that. No. You know that that's in fact not a thing. I don't know how I screwed this one up the first time, but I think we're going pretty fine now. Oh, wrong. Yeah, that's another one. Depending on the courses we do, that can skew things, like, pretty ridiculously. I think I had, like, 8 under on one course at one point. I've mentioned before, if Birdo's not the next character they add, I'm gonna be upset. I'll actually be a little bit more generous and say that needs to be, like, within the year. If the end of the year comes around and Birdo's not in the game yet, I'm gonna be upset about it. great that she gets to show up in campaign. But let's get her playable, baby. It's so nice to be on free mode where I don't have to worry about them correcting my mistakes. Especially when I immediately know it's a mistake. You may or may not be happy to know, Theo. I was playing ranked this morning and I made 2 people rage quit. I felt kind of bad, but it was really funny, so I immediately felt less bad. Also, one of them was playing Mario, and how fucking basic do you have to be to play fucking Mario? Out of all those interesting characters, you pick Mario? Like, nah, I don't feel bad about that. I don't remember what course it was on, or what hole it was on, or anything. I think it was Bowser Highlands, but I can't completely remember. I was Yoshi, and it was the last hole. I think it was the last hole. I launched Yoshi's special shot at the green, hit all 3 people, and 2 of them wound up scoring 5 over. Like, I fucked them over so hard, and 2 of them quit. I was like, oh my god. Like I said, I felt a little bad. Just a little bit, though. Funny thing is I don't think I won. I think that only put me in a second or something like that. Because I think it was one of those shitty things where the third guy that got hit, like, it knocked him into the hole or something dumb like that, which happens on occasion. That's the risk, I guess. Hey, Demonic, how's it going? It does work with the Switch controller? I don't think I've tried it. Like I said, I don't use my Switch controller on PC anymore, just because on Steam, it tends to just disconnect arbitrarily a lot. And it just fucking sucks when that happens, like, in the middle of me trying to play something. I think it happened during One Step from Eden or something, like in the middle of a run. It just was like, oh, we don't have lost connection. And I was like, oh, okay. Also, syncing it up is kind of a pain in the ass. With the PS4, I can just plug it in and it just works. So I just use that one. I've always thought PlayStation has a solid controller anyway, so it doesn't particularly bother me. This is gonna be the last monkey, right? Better be. What am I missing here? I have a feeling it's something very obvious, and I'm gonna feel really... Yep. Yep. This is not a monkey, by the way. It's absolutely not. I feel like I've been lied to. The 20 by 20 puzzles are more interesting than the 15 by 15. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that's necessarily a hot take. We're probably going to be coming up on 20 by 20 here soon. Yeah, Steam has some good Switch controller support. It was just the fact that it kept disconnecting. That was the only issue I ever had with it, though. That and there were a few games where it just didn't work. Didn't happen super often, but it did happen every now and then. I think Children of Morta, it didn't work? Or something like that. Or it was just like, nah. You're gonna have to use a different controller. And I was like, well, that's unfortunate. Might be thinking of something else, though. Oh, man. I'd kill for a good night's sleep. Can't really remember the last time I, like, actually felt rested. And I don't really know what I'm doing wrong with that. This though. Now we know it. It's the last monkey, dude. You have to be up at 2:30? What the fuck for? It sucks. Are you still doing the same thing, or did you, like, switch jobs? I'ma be completely honest, Fulpe. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I kinda do, but I'm not fully grasping what you're saying. this one was going to be easy. I mean, it's not that hard, but... We don't know that. It seems reasonable, but we don't technically know that. Sometimes you just have to lean back and take a look at the big picture, I guess. It's a cast form. Yeah, it's a cast form. I don't think that says cast form, though. Hey, JMT, how's it going? Thanks, Wario. Whatever it is you're saying. We may never know. Let's do one more round, and then we'll probably switch back over to the other ones. Dude, he has the, like, the... Is that the jet hat, or is that, like, the rabbit hat? Oh, no. Volpe, look what you did. I like how the first 20 by 20s are always like super easy. We don't know that. Back up. Yeah, we have no reason to believe that. Yeah, because that could be the 5. So let's not place that bet yet. Now we know it. Yeah, it was a safe bet, but we had no reason to believe it was a safe bet. Sevens right at the gate. I don't know if I like this music or not. I think I do, but it's an unusual tune. Got the same problem where I feel like it spends a lot of time building up and never really gets to anything. Are you talking about how when artists do those challenges to draw things in, like, styles other than their own? Is that what you're talking about? This one might be a little bit harder. Nope. I didn't even notice that was a... I missed an entire row of zeros there. Oops. The rest of these can just be filled in. Somewhat. There's a trick here somewhere, but... What's an owl, dude? I thought it was a harp for the longest time. It has to be staring, like, in a very unsettling manner, right? I still am not sure if I know what you're talking about, Volpe. Do you mean how, like, sometimes things will be, like, stylized in a certain way that they kind of become the standard, and then people just will always draw them like that? I love having the big lines to fill in, like right at the beginning. It's hard to think of examples of that. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's funny. I dislike it for other reasons, but I mean, you guys know that. We've talked about this how many times? But there's a lot of artists that, like, strongly dislike anime because of the fact that they think it teaches people how to draw incorrectly. I remember that being a thing when I was in college. Like, a lot of kids were, like, the teachers would, like, hound them. They'd be like, stop drawing it like that. And it was always because they were, like, they learned to draw by watching anime. So they'd always just... A lot of stuff they did had that style to it, and they were like, no, stop doing that. I mean, clearly that's fine if you're drawing anime characters, but the problem is they were, like, applying that style to other things. I just, like, I vividly remember professors really disliking anime for that reason. And I've known artists that have done that too, where they just, like... And then they'll inevitably have that problem of, like, if they have to draw something that doesn't exist... Like, this sounds like I'm oversimplifying it for the sake of shitting on Dragon Ball Z, but that's not the case. I had a friend once who would... He'd, like... I need to draw such and such a thing, and that doesn't exist in Dragon Ball Z, so I don't know how to draw it. And I was like, you might have an issue then. You should maybe work on that. That's right. It's the snake from Qbert, dude. It's the dopey snake from Qbert. What a weird cameo. It's kind of funny. My early style was definitely influenced a lot by anime, just because I was drawing a lot of Sonic and Mega Man characters. Like, it wasn't from watching anime, it was from playing games that were inspired by anime. And I remember being, like, super agitated when people would tell me that, like, oh, I love the anime style of your stuff, and I was like, motherfucking, like, how dare you? I think what I dislike is that this music track is like a 15-second loop. It's really catchy and really groovy, but it's like there's not a lot to it. I think it might be a computer. Maybe. I'm not sure. But it could be. I could be full of shit. But oh yeah, now I'm talking about when I was like in high school and I was like first developing my art style. I'm talking like 20 years of okay, it's not a computer, it's a portal. My bad. My bad. Interesting. Why was there a dude climbing out of the monitor, dude? Like, what? I want to know more, but I also am afraid to know more. Because I'm like, what sort of fucking horror story nonsense is this gonna be? Dude, I love the 20s. I love the 20s. That feels good. What a way to start. See, unfortunately, now that we're up to, like, now that we're up to 20 by 20, it's like the puzzle difficulty was, like, deliberately lowered so that we wouldn't be too overwhelmed, which is good. I like that they do that. I think they handle difficulty curve, like, pretty well in their games. But, might not be prepping us very well for what we still have to do tonight. Might be part of the problem. What a fucking bop. What a fucking bop. I really should get back to doing art streams. I really should. That might be what we were talking about earlier, about, like, seeing some stuff switch around a bit once we get Bravely Default done. I think that might be one of the things I think I might pursue that idea of... I did not want to do that. I might pursue that idea of let's try alternating and doing speedruns and art streams, like, alternating from one another on Sundays, and see how that goes. What is this blob I'm looking at? Fuck. I fucked up somewhere. And I have no idea where. That's a bad feeling. Well, it's here. There's supposed to be... That should be a 2. Is where we screwed up. Oh. I don't know how that got goofed. Just an oversight, I guess. Someone said that drawing from cartoons was like aliens trying to figure out how to draw a cow. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. As in aliens trying to figure out how to draw a cow from, like, looking at our cartoons. Whereas instead, if you want to learn how to draw a cow, you should be looking at a cow. not at someone else's caricature of a cow. It makes sense. But I think the asterisk there for me, like what I would say, like, the part I disagree with, is that I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at both to learn how to draw a cow. If I were to right now say, I'm gonna learn how to draw a cow, I would look up 2 references. I'd look up actual cows, and then I'd look up cartoon cows to see how other people have already done it. And then I'd kind of, like, create an amalgamation of the 2. And I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that, but I think whoever said that, their point was you shouldn't just look at the cartoon of the cow if you want to learn how to draw a cow. Because then you're just learning how to draw a cartoon of the cow, and not learning how to draw a cow. Which is like, yeah, I think that's true. I think that's kind of the thing with what I was saying about, like, the professors that disliked anime. That was kind of their point, too. If you're learning how to draw from anime, you're not learning how to draw, you're just learning how to draw anime. Which is fine if you want to draw anime. But if you want to draw anything else, you might have a problem. So yeah, I agree, but I also don't think it's quite that simple. And yeah, Demonic, I've been thinking about it lately. That's part of what we've been talking about tonight, is like, I've been feeling like I need to make some changes on the channel lately, and not in like a bad way. I feel like anyone who hears you're gonna make changes to the channel are probably immediately like, oh god, what game are you gonna start playing that I'm not gonna wanna not watch? Like, you're not gonna start just playing Mario Maker, are you? No, it's not that. It's just that we've been... And again, for the 3rd time this stream, but I'm feeling like I've given the wrong impression about Bravely Default, so I really feel like making sure people know what the truth is here, I guess. I'm very glad I picked up Bravely Default. I'm very glad I stuck with it till the end. I think I will fondly remember this playthrough for years to come. I have absolutely no regrets with picking that game up. Don't get it twisted. But we have been playing the game for 4 fucking months. We've been kind of anchored to it, and I think once I finally have it done, I think the freedom of being able to do whatever the fuck I want is gonna be both liberating and powerful. I think that'll give me the opportunity to do a lot of just random stuff. And, one of the things I thought about... When was that? I don't remember. It was a couple of nights ago where I got the idea of... What if I start alternating art streams and speedruns on Sundays? Because part of the reason why I stopped doing art streams is I felt like they were getting stale. I was doing them too often, and people were, like, over it. They were kind of like the... What's the word I'm looking for here? it stopped being special to people. It was just kind of like, yeah, okay, we get it. So, and I saw viewership dropping, so that was a lot of why I stopped. So I started thinking, like, well, what if I do it less often, that might help it to continue to feel special for a longer amount of time. Same with speedruns. Maybe speedruns would feel a little bit more exciting, compelling, if it wasn't a once-a-week thing. If it was, like, every other week. Which is kinda... I don't want to say stealing an idea. Because it's more like learning from someone else's idea. Because this is the way Twain looks at race nights. Is that if we do it too frequently, it loses the feeling of it being like a special event. And now I've got myself thinking, like, yeah, maybe that's something I should do with streams like that. And I have been feeling very arty lately, so... now would probably be the time to do it if I was gonna start doing those again. But I have to decide what to do. What's our next project gonna be? And I guess it couldn't hurt to be transparent here and see what people think about it. I think the obvious choice for the next project is going to be doing something for Sonic's 30th anniversary. Because if I put that off too much longer, we're not going to have time to actually do it within the year. So that's probably the most obvious choice of what we should do next. And that's something I was already talking about for a while that I wanted to do. But... also, it's a Whiscash? Who's that Pokemon? It's a Whiscash. But, speaking of Pokemon, I was also thinking about doing a montage based on Pokemon Unite, and doing, like, the roster of Pokemon Unite, because I've been, like, pretty into that. The game kind of, like, rekindled my interest in Pokemon a little bit. Along with Pokemon Snap earlier this year. And recently, because of the update. And then we could just do another Mega Man one, too. I'm not loving that idea, because I kind of want to do something completely different, I think. But I'd say... what's standing in our way for art streams? Let's look at it like that. If I were going to do one, what would I have to do before I could do one? That can actually still be filled. And truthfully, there's not a lot that you might think, oh, here it comes again, we have to finish Bravely Default first. No, actually, because if art streams are going to be on Sundays, Bravely Default already does not compete with that slot, so that's actually not a thing. The big one would have been finishing the Monster Hunter Crash courses, But since that went off the rails a little bit, because of the internet problem on Saturday, causing us to reschedule Mario Golf, I think I'm gonna wait until Bravely Default is done, and for me to have the opening to do the last 2 Crash courses back to back. We'll just do them both on 2 nights, one right after the other, and just be like, okay, we're done. So I don't think that's gonna be a thing for Sundays either. So the big one at the moment is I caught wind of there being... there's gonna be an open beta test weekend for Diablo 2 Remastered this coming weekend. And I don't know if I want to get that game yet. So it seems like it would be a good idea to play that beta to determine, do I want to get that game? So I think we're going to do that on Sunday. After that, Sundays are wide open. So I can either go hard on speedruns, among other things. I had a couple, like, randomizers and stuff that I kind of wanted to do as well. There was actually a ROM hack a couple weeks ago that got on my radar that I thought looked super cool. So there's a couple of random things like that I might kind of want to do with those nights too. But otherwise, it's basically speedruns or art streams. And that's when I had that idea of what if I just alternate. I was gonna say, fuck, we fucked up, but now we're fine. I found what I screwed up. So, too long didn't read. Very soon. Within the next, like, 4 weeks, we'll probably... an art stream will probably make an appearance. If things continue the way I'm planning it. I think. Could be sooner. This weekend? Absolutely not. And if it's going to be a thing, it's gonna be on Sundays, I'm pretty sure. Unless I decide to, like, move Mario Golf onto Friday, and then do art streams on Saturday. And then speedruns on Sunday. But I kind of like... I like the concept of spacing them out and seeing how that feels. So absolutely not this weekend. But maybe next weekend. really love being on free mode so that it doesn't correct me when I do shit like that. Really like it. And it's worth pointing out, too, and I feel like this is, like, a common misconception, perhaps. Although there probably are some streamers who feel very strongly this way, so people playing it safe is probably for the better. I think there's a misconception that streamers don't want to hear people say, hey, when are you going to do this again? When are you going to play this game? When are you going to do art streams? Because I feel like Fortnite ruined it, right? Basically, because Fortnite created an environment where it was considered very rude to come into a stream and ask, hey, streamer, play this game. So again, I think it's safe. I think it's good that people play it safe. But if the context is good, I don't think streamers mind that as much as you might think, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't want to speak too much for other streamers, because I could be wrong. There might be some streamers still who fucking hate it, but, what I'm getting at is that I personally don't mind it. As long as it's not, like, unrelenting, if every now and then someone's like, hey, remember this one game you played? I kind of liked that. Are you gonna play that again? Like, that doesn't necessarily bother me, as long as it's not something that comes up every day. And that was the problem. That was where Fortnite ruined it, because that was just every single day streamers got asked, play Fortnite. And I think that's what caused it to become a thing of, like, hey, don't ask me to play games. But realistically, it doesn't... To a point, like, sometimes I have a hard time deciding what to do. So hearing from people that something in particular, like, really resonated with them and they want to see more of that, that's useful information. And I think it's, like I said, I think there became a stigma where it became, like, completely unacceptable to mention that to streamers. And yeah, as I said, there might be streamers who still fucking hate it, so I wouldn't say that... I wouldn't recommend to... I wouldn't suggest to people that it's fair game and we can start asking streamers to play games again, but... But I do think with the right context that it's useful information. It's all about, like, reading the room, right? It's especially a thing where it's like, if you come to a stream every single night, and once a month you say something about, like, hey, are you ever gonna play Dragon Quest Builders again? Like, that's not gonna bother me. If you come to a stream once a month, and every time you come to the stream, you ask, hey, are you ever gonna play Mario Kart? Then I'm probably gonna be like, dude, shut the fuck up about Mario Kart. like, what? That was the problem with the Fortnite kids, right? Is they just came to streams and they came to streams that they've never been to before, and they were like, hey, streamer, play Fortnite. No, there we go. I'm so glad that's behind us. I'm so glad that the Fortnite kid viewer is just behind us. That's just not a thing anymore. That was like a miserable time. Like it was awful for everybody. I'm so glad that's just done and just no longer a thing. The Dragon Quest III remake? I'd like to. I think price might play a part in that. I don't think we know how expensive that's gonna be yet, right? If it's $60, I don't know if I'm gonna go for it. If it's like 30 or 40, then I think I could be convinced. I would like to play some other Dragon Quest games, so... So, I'm interested, but I'm not gonna say outright that yes, I will play it, because I don't know that for sure yet. Well, Octopath wasn't a remake, though, is the thing. And I feel like Square Enix could really go either way. Either they'll absolutely be like, yeah, $60, please, or they'll actually, like, show some restraint and be like, nah, it'll be like 30. So, yeah, I just don't know yet. Do we know, have they said anything else about that game? Like, when it's coming out? Anything like that? Or was it just that initial reveal, and they haven't said anything since? I think it's a dodo bird. How's that for a thing? Hey, kitty. Mar. How are you? Doing good. Hi. Do you want to come up and say hi? Do you want to come up and say hi? Didn't even reveal the console. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was literally just, we're making this. I mean, with that, I think it's safe to assume it's not gonna be on mobile, at least. If I had to guess, it'll be on everything. It'll be PC, Switch, PS5, Xbox Series. It might even be on PS4 and Xbox One. So I don't think platform is necessarily a concern. Where's Scarlet at? I want to hear how she feels about this music track. It makes it hard to sit still. It's one of those beats that's just like, dude, I can't stop. Even to my detriment. Like, it's difficult to play when I'm doing this. Fuck. What happened over here? See, I was too busy fucking grooving. I think all of this is correct. I think it was the rest of it where things went off the rails. Oh, fuck me, dude. Okay. Let's redirect elsewhere and see if we can fix this. Oh, well there's a problem that I didn't notice. I think that was a completely unrelated problem, but... Also, it's definitely a little Grim Reaper. Okay, I think we fixed it. I think we're okay.
Oh, I see what I was doing wrong on the right side. Yeah, I see what I was doing. Oh boy. Now they're starting to ramp up a little bit, and they're requiring, like, the starting point isn't as free as those early ones. Dude, it makes it so hard to focus. I just want to fucking jam. Like, this sucks. What have they done? Nah, we have no reason to believe that. Yeah, these are definitely getting harder. We don't necessarily know that. I feel like it's a safe bet, but we don't necessarily know that. I really want to assume that that entire row is checked in. I just don't have a... I only have a hunch to work off of, which isn't good enough. So how far are you in this game, Volpe? You're not this far yet, right? Sounds like you soared through those first couple levels, though. By the time we get back to this next week, you'll probably have beaten it before I have. If I had to guess. Oh no, though, it sounds like you didn't play last night at all. Maybe I have a chance. We could. That gives us a big fat something to work with. Maybe. Not really. Never mind. Shit. Well, we know the 6 is there now, I guess. Hey, Brian, how's it going? I mean, yes and no. We haven't played it in a week. It's not like we've been playing nothing but this for the past week, but... Let's do both like that. I'm starting to see, like, patterns, and I'm trying not to make assumptions based on those patterns. As we've talked about before, that's a typically bad idea. Fuck. Actually, we can triangulate part of that 7. I wasn't paying attention to that. And that just cracks things wide open. Well, maybe not wide open, but it's something. In fact, I kind of wish we were playing this more than once a week, because then we'd probably get through this stuff a lot faster.
But I'd probably be... My brain would probably be mush if we were playing these games more often, so... These games already occasionally break me. I remember last week I was fried. There's just so many small numbers. Those get so difficult to deal with. At least we got this chill beat, though. Does that have to be 1? That's a 2, 1, 2. Yes, that has to be a 1. It doesn't actually help us a whole lot, but... Oh yeah, how like the preview started... The color started fading in a little bit. Yeah, I remember that. Enough tiles on that one. Does that have to be 1 now? I think it does. Yeah. I think that was like the big breakthrough we were waiting for. But I was just having a hard time finding. I'd probably think about going back and replaying Pokemon Picross, but I'm not super interested in doing anything on my 3DS anymore. That and it has, like, the daily stamina systems and shit. And... I prefer to just keep it rolling once I get on a roll, you know what I mean? That has to be a 1, too. It was a decent, like, free-to-play, like, starting point, though, for anyone that was interested. I don't fully know if that's right. I think it is? Yeah, it has to be, right? It's like... You know what's unfortunate about this one? Since we started filling this area in first, it was very obviously a chameleon. Because we could see its tail, like, so early. It was like, yeah, obviously. If only we, like, that's why I was so confident that that tile could have been filled in, but it was like just a hunch, right? Yeah, there's like a lot of hint systems in Pokemon Picross too, which make it probably pretty good for people who've never played it before. Yeah, we did it. That was the last. Okay, I forgive it for being a little bit harder since it was one of the last ones. Or was the last one. Hi, kitty. Do you want out? Mara. Hi. How are you? You're over there staring longingly at the door. Is it time for us to take a break? Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. All right, give me a minute. Let's try and get back into one of these special puzzles. But just a little bit. We'll take a break here in a minute. God. Oh God. Oh God. Here goes. These are the ones that, like, you just don't have a starting point. Yep, nothing. Oh, that's not right.
God, that is just so little to work with. Boy, I love getting one extra tile to work with. Yeah, these are the ones when my mind starts to melt. And I'm just like, I don't know, dude. These are such, like, problematic puzzles. And you get stuck in this cycle of, like, finding just, like, one little thing. Where you're like, oh, well, I guess this can be ticked off. And that doesn't help us, but... but yay, we did it. 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, 3. Okay, so that has to be... Don't think it helps us. Nope. Nope. Not at all. Jesus. These are vicious. I really kind of think they built these with it in mind that you were going to be using the hint system. Because these seem almost too difficult to do without hints. And I get overwhelmed by it so quickly. Like, I can kind of get it going, but then I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I just don't know. And the worst part about it, in my opinion, is that in Mario's mode, you're timed. So I feel a pressure that I don't ordinarily feel on these puzzles, because we only have a half an hour. We can't just sit here and stare at it for 30 minutes, trying to figure out what to do next, because we'll run out of time. And that makes it nerve-wracking. Alright. She really wants out of the room. She's walking circles in front of the door, so I'm gonna take a real short break and take care of that, but I will be back in just a minute, and then we will continue stupefying ourselves, staring at this puzzle. So stay tuned, I'll be back real shortly. I got a snack. She got a snack. You ready to sit back down? Get back to it. We hope to say hi. Nope. Immediately ran away. Okay. This fucking puzzle. This fucking puzzle. This is probably gonna require, like, some serious, like... Well... Okay, so let's take this 5, for example. We don't have an overlap here, right? But... every number on every column that it could be in is greater than 1. Fuck, that actually doesn't help. It's, I was gonna say, like, well, it can't come out here because the 7 has to be able to reach over here, too, but we already know the 7 can reach over here, so that's not terribly helpful. But this 3 can only reach so far out. So, like, it has to go there. Because this 2 has to be a thing, and the 3 can't reach out this far. I feel like that was, like, kind of a smart move, but maybe, like, not that super smart? Does that make sense? Like, it was clumsy. Let's put it that way. Like, I did, in fact, figure it out with that line of logic, but not in a very intelligent manner. Does that make sense? But that's the sort of shit we're gonna have to start doing on puzzles like this. Now, keeping in mind, we know that's right because of the fact that this is the Mario Picross mode, which means if we're making a mistake, the game would tell us. I still feel like I guessed, though, and I don't like that feeling. Like I said, I feel like I was on the right track. It's just... it could have been more elegant than it wound up being. It's maybe hard to explain what I'm feeling there. Bum, bum, bum. Seems like it's working. thing is it doesn't make, like... It didn't make quite enough sense for me to be like, oh, I'll be able to do this on future puzzles, too. Like, I didn't feel like I actually learned a technique there. Kinda did, but, like, not fully. Like I said, it's... It's hard to explain what I think is right and wrong about what just happened. What I'd say is, like, don't try this at home, kids, because I don't fully know what I just did. I feel like a lot of music in this game is very... You just gotta fucking dance to it, dude. Just when I think it stopped, it just keeps going. It's still nerve-wracking to think that, like, that timer is still there. And if I make a mistake, it will penalize me and take some of that time away. This could still completely fall apart. Do I think it's going to? No, I think we're okay, but... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, oh no. What did we do? I thought it was a sumo wrestler, but it seems to be a gorilla in a jogging suit playing the guitar? Is that... Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Okie dokie. Yep, okay. Okay. That's a thing. Okay, one down.
One down. The next nightmare to go. It seems like once I found a breakthrough on that, it went very cleanly. So that's gonna be the issue, is we just have to find a place to start. Oh, and this one isn't giving me shit. Hey, we got one. Yeah. Dude. Fuck. That's all we have to start with, huh? And that. I think this is that one where last week I found these two tiles and then I was like, yeah, I'm out. Like, nah. I don't think so. No. Not like this. Dude. Yeah, I think this is the one that happened with last week, where I was just like, nah. Nope. Alright, Volpe, you're Picross master now, right? What are we missing here? Holy shit, this is definitely the one last week that I found 2 tiles, and then I was like, nope. Okay. I have a guess available. Oops, that's not right. Right there. I think the 7's here. Through looking at the rows... with the 5 1s there, and then the 2s there, which would branch out into the 8 and the 2. Let's keep this going a little bit a little bit further. Okay, so if the 7 were to come all the way up here... Here, let's get rid of that. Let's say the 7's here. Then the 3, the 2, the 5... This is immediately impossible because that's 4... needs to be 2. So that's not a thing. If the 7's all the way down here... 3, 2, 3, 4... 1, 4... Impossible because that has to be 8. Where I start to have trouble is that I can't really triangulate it further than that. I mean, again, if it slots right in here, it could go as high up as that. I feel like in this mode I'm just triangulating guesses more than anything. Like, I'm just narrowing things down and then going from there. But with a time limit, I feel like... What else can I do? Right? You're not a master? But I trusted you. But I trusted you. I woke up today and I said, man, these puzzles are gonna fucking wreck me, but Volpe knows his shit now, so we'll be fine. All else fails. Volpe to the rescue. And now you're just gonna casually drop, I'm not a master? Excuse me? What have you done? That's wrong. I mean, it's right, because they told me it's right, but... You used the hit roulette? Excuse me? I thought you would never. I didn't even think to ask if you were using the hints, because I was like, Volpe wouldn't use hints. Volpe's not a cheater. Mr. No Rewind and no save states over here. And now you're just gonna... Man, my world is just crumbling down right now. Just crumbling. Also, hey Logan, how's it going? Hardest not mega puzzles? I think these are harder than most of the mega puzzles. Now, it might not look like it at the moment because we're making pretty good progress, but finding a starting point on these puzzles was very difficult. I had to really big brain some shit to, like, get this moving. It wasn't, it was a bad time. Did you see that, Blissey is the next Pokemon they're adding to Unite? Which I think, on one hand, it's Blissey, which is like, fuck, who cares? On the other hand, I think they needed more supports, so I think it's a valid pick. Also, we didn't have any second-generation Pokemon yet, so I think that's also valid. A lot of people are pissed because they thought Blastoise was gonna be next. Which, I was gonna say maybe don't look at data mines so fucking much then, but, Actually, that one was officially announced, so... Like, that's... Blastoise is the only, like, officially announced one we know of. Aside from now, Blissey. Like, I think Blissey was data mined previously, so... Maybe they gave fake names for the data mine. I don't know. Wouldn't they change it to something completely not Pokemon related if that's what they were gonna do? That's what I would do. I wouldn't be like, let's just name it a different Pokemon. That seems like not a great idea. Getting a little lost here. Excuse me for a second. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm blanking a little bit. Give me a moment here. See, changing it to other Pokemon names would just piss people off, because they'd be like, holy shit, Mewtwo's coming, and then they're gonna be like, Jake, hey, it was Carnivine. And then that's just gonna upset people. I would just name them, like, Frank and Carl and Timothy. Because then you have no idea, right? And then you have the added fun of people being like, well, Timothy is Mewtwo's canon name now. That's a thing. Which is just silly and fun. There was only 4 Pokemon data mined anyway, and one Gardevoir's already in the game. Blastoise was announced. So there's only one left that the public doesn't know of, I guess. I could understand being people being upset about Blastoise since that was officially revealed. It was probably he was the first one revealed, and then they still released Gardevoir first. So I think it's fairly reasonable that people thought Blastoise was going to be the next one. I don't know what to do next here, dude. Volpe, help. Volpe, help me. I think there's something very obvious here that I'm just not picking up on. To be fair. I think it's staring me right in the face. Get lucky. Oh my god, you're the worst Picross coach ever. Just try it, Forehead. Stop getting distracted by the jam, dude. We only have 15, 16 minutes left. What are you doing? I really don't want to guess. There is a part of me that's just like, just fucking tick a random tile, dude, and see what happens. But I don't want to do that. And I shouldn't have to. We've already made, like, pretty good progress here, so I want to, like,
continue being proud of what we have created. Let's say the 3's over here. That would lead both of these to be here. Guess that works. Have to guess for a lot and just retype if it fails. These puzzles take too fucking long for me to be content with that. But also, I'm better than that, I guess. All my years of Picrossing have come to this. Fuck, there's another minute down. Like, we're just hemorrhaging time, and I have, like, no idea. I have no leads. Oh, the numbers are too fucking small, dude. They need to have some bigger numbers in here. I really hate doing that, but I also want to keep things moving. I thought that this series would take just 3 episodes, and it's already gonna take 4. So I'm like, we just gotta keep it moving, dude. Oh, fuck, I just pressed the wrong button. That was just, like, just legitimately just flubbing it and pressing the wrong button. That feels really bad. Now we're even shorter on time. This is a nightmare. Do you seriously want back out of the room already? Really? Fucking cats, dude. What is this? What am I looking at? Obligatory moment where I allowed my vision to zoom out and actually take a look at what I'm doing. Yeah, in Mario's mode, if you run out of time, you just have to start over. Oh, I already had the one marked, dude. I'm dumb. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this. I know. Now it's gonna start fucking beeping at me, because, you know, that helps matters. Would not recommend Picross while you're timed. It's not a good feeling. Can confirm, would not recommend. It is anxiety on a whole new level. What am I looking at? Is it a pretzel monster? Like, what am I looking at? Oh my god. It's a can? With... I don't know, dude. It's some sort of, like, instrument? Hey, Alexander, how's it going? No, I think it's, like, that stick behind it has those two, like, things hanging from it, and you use that to, like, beat the can to make noise or something? I don't fucking know, dude. Translate it. Maybe we'll shed some light. What are you staring at down there? Is there, like, an insect that I must take care of? She's just, like, staring in the corner. What are you doing? Is there something over there? don't see anything. Do you just want out? Is that what you're after? Oh, come here. You're bratty. Come on, do you want out? Come on. Come on. Oh my god, you were being bratty tonight. Okay. Let's see how it is. I'm just gonna go back to ignoring you staring into the corner then. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, is it more like a tool? Alright, one more, dude. We can fucking do this. We can fucking do this. Oh god. every time I start a new puzzle, it's like I want to throw up. It's like, oh my god. It's so much, dude. Oh, fuck. I don't think we even tried this one last week. I think I took one look at this one and I was like, nope, I'm out of here. At least they do give you that big, badass pen to work with. There's also a 9 there, so this might be another one that, like, if we can just find a breakthrough, it should be fine. Ish. You don't think they're tools for building? Yeah, I don't know. I don't... Fuck. I think the problem with this one is that those columns, like, don't give us anything. What are you doing? You're weird. Like, the columns are all, like, really small numbers. So it's like, what can we do with this? Pretty much nothing. It's pretty much just the game saying, yeah, you know, fuck you. Fuck you. I am getting close to, like, picking you up and putting you outside the room. If you're gonna keep going over there and staring at the door like you want out, like, I've had about enough of this. They're magic hammers? Like a weapon? Sat her down outside the door and she immediately ran over to her food bowl and started eating. So it's like, she clearly wanted out of the room. She just didn't want to go out of the room when I wanted her to go out of the room. Guess what? I can't just leave the fucking door open all night while I'm streaming.
also can't be getting up and down to just open and close it arbitrarily whenever you damn well please. Can you imagine me with a dog? God, I'd be a fucking terrible dog owner. So impatient. You overate and now you wish to vomit? Dude, I did that, what night was that? Friday night, I think? I think it was Friday night, after the stream. At one point during the stream, when I went out to get a drink, I noticed that, we took a pack of ground beef out of the freezer to thaw to make dinner at some point, but we just, like, never got to it. So Friday night, I was like, okay, I'm gonna cook this. Threw it in the pan. There was a can of Sloppy Joe sauce, so I was like, okay, I'll just make that. It's short and simple, right? And then after I made it, I was like, oh yeah, I have like an old taco kit here that's like 6 months expired, but it's like, do tortilla shells really go bad in that amount of time? So I was like, I'm just gonna have the tortilla shells. I'll chuck the rest, because that's probably actually expired, but the shells should be fine. And then proceeded to eat all 12 of them. I was really hungry. Like, I was super hungry. But then afterwards, I was like, oh god. I was like, what have I done? All night, I was like, either the meat was in the fridge for too long, and it overthawed, the shells were bad, or I just ate all 12 of them, regardless of the fact I don't feel great. It was, not pleasant. But thankfully nothing happened. Like, I was fine. I felt a little for like a little bit, but like, I think by the time I got up the next day, I was fine. I think that was Saturday night, which is probably why I never shared the story, because we wound up canceling the stream Saturday night because of internet problems. You might think I would have canceled it because I was throwing up, but I wasn't. It was just the internet. The internet was throwing up. I don't know what to do here. Once again, I got nothing. I've got nothing. I guess I have to do the same thing here, right? So we're gonna have to do it with these 6s. If I look at the columns, I think it's safe to say that one of the 6s is gonna lie, like, in here? Because if it goes all the way over here, then it's gonna immediately make this row invalid. He's learning. He's learning. That didn't help us a lot, but it's something. And then this one, same basic principle, except we do have a 4 over here. This one I'm feeling less confident about. I don't think I want to guess on this one. Or a tablet just for... Do you do a lot of mobile gaming? I guess. If you do a lot of mobile gaming, it's probably worth it. I mentioned last night I have, like, fucking dozens of games installed on my phone, to the point where when I look through the list of what needs updating, there's games I don't even recognize because I've installed them and I've just never tried. I never booted them up to play them. Oh, you would if you had more space? That makes sense. You're not gonna be a Pokemon Unite mobile player, are you? Fuck, there's just nothing to be found here. Sucks, dude. Nothing you can put on the Switch will go on it, that's the spirit. Yeah, Unite was designed as a mobile game, it's just not out on mobile yet. It's coming out in September, I think. Which, basically means everyone who's... It's kind of... It's amusing, actually, because everyone who's already good at the game will just be able to feast on mobile players once that happens, like, realistically. We'll join matches and see mobile players just be like, somebody get my bib. Like, we're gonna go to town on this. That's why the game wasn't localized, because some of the images needed to be more Western. Maybe? I don't think that's why they didn't localize it. I think they didn't localize it because the Picross games probably weren't selling very well at the time. Because there was already the Game Boy one before this, I'm pretty sure. It probably didn't do well enough, so... They were like, there's no reason to localize this. I think the audience that played Picross was probably small enough that that wasn't an issue. Let me put it that way. And they wouldn't have particularly minded. It's probably just the sales weren't there. Dude, I don't want to just drop a fat guess, like, right in the middle here. Like, I really don't, but I don't see anything else to work with here, and we're almost out of 10 minutes already. That's weird that your phone has that little space. Mine has a ton of space. Has 8 gigs of storage? The fuck? I mean, you could probably expand it, but... Let's face it, a tablet will... Actually, my phone is charged. I could just unplug it. Let's face it, a tablet's probably gonna be... It'll probably run the games better anyways, so... I have 55 gigs! And that's what came with the phone. It's wild that they screwed you on space like that. It's the cheapest phone in the store. That's probably part of it. Storage is so cheap, though, that still seems kind of not right. That they would just be like, we're gonna just not give you storage. Like 8 gigs? You could spend 20 bucks and get like 100. I'm pretty sure. Like, that's how cheap storage is. They were really nickel and diming you there. The 4 can't come this far down. Because that would make this 5 not work. He's learning. It took this long, but he's learning. This could be the 2. We don't want to commit to that just yet. Yeah, that was the thing they did in, like, the 90s and early 2000s, where they felt like they had to, like, redesign everything to appeal to a different audience, even in, like, the 80s, to a degree. But they don't really do that anymore. Because I think they understand that people are, like, perfectly capable of just accepting other cultures and learning new things about them, so they're like, we don't have to anymore. Which is good. I'm glad it's reached that point. That could be the 2, or this could be the 2. Man, we were rolling there for a little bit, but now I, like, kind of lost it. Well, okay, same basic principle. We might be actually learning a new strategy here. The 4 here can't go here. Because it would need to extend like that, which would invalidate this line. So it can't come this far over. There's a 2 there, a 2 there, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 1. That could be a 2. So we don't really know enough to work with there yet. I'm just gonna fucking hunch it, dude. Hate doing it, but
Those could still all be 3s. That's fairly reasonably a 1, though. I would be perfectly fine with these being this difficult if it wasn't for the fact that I'm timed. That's the part that ruins it. If I had all the time in the world to do this, I don't think it would be nearly as frustrating. It would still be like, dude, this is hard, but it wouldn't be, what the fuck is this? Hard. Okay, we know this is the 2 now. This means that's the 1. Another 2 goes there. I think that's fairly reasonably a 2. It almost has to be, as a matter of fact. Alright, now we're cooking again. It's not going up. 2, 3, 2. Filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 2. 3, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. We're good. That's 1. 2 here, and that's 3. I made the mistake of just, like, zooming my vision out. And now I'm wondering what the fuck I'm looking at. It's just an inevitability, dude. Looks like an alien robot dude with, like, tentacle legs and... and he's, like, running. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I perhaps don't want to know. I don't know if that's the 4 or not. I don't really want to act on it. It's always satisfying to get a single tile. Speed, that's... doesn't do anything for us, but, you know, we got it. Fuck, 9 minutes. Oh boy. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I had no reason to believe that that's where it was. I was just... That was a complete and total hunch. I deserved to get that wrong, really. It's definitely like a robot alien tentacle dude. Fuck, 7 minutes. What? How do you figure? Oh. Fuck. This just got really uncomfortable. I actually may have been playing it up when I was like, oh no, we only have this many minutes left. And now it's, oh no, we only have this many minutes left for sure. Like, this is not good. Shut up. Stop.
Zelda beep at me, you fucking... Oh. Or it's someone... It's someone with, like, a streamer? Yeah. It's just very stylized, and I thought basically everything in this picture was like, a tentacle. Like... Bizarre. Yeah, one of those things. Okay. Let's, Yeah, fuck you, Mario. Those were easily some of the most difficult and anxiety-inducing Picross puzzles I've ever done. For sure. Those are nerve-wracking. And I think it's mostly because of the timer. I think if it wasn't for the timer, it would have been fine. Yo, credits. We did it. Yeah, I would assume Wario's gonna have a special stage too. Which sucks. I don't feel good about it. Yeah, I would assume it's gonna be harder. Well, no, because it's not gonna have a timer on it, so it'll probably be fine. I'm not too worried about it. Like in my headspace of thinking like what's left in this game, what's there to worry about, I was more worried about these than I am about the potential of Wario having his own special stage. For sure. Wario might have 2 special stages. I'm trying to figure out the math here. How many stages were there for Mario? Was it 10 or 12? I think it was 10 and then the special stage, right? That's 132 puzzles. Which means there's going to be 168 on Wario's side? Because this game's supposed to have 300 puzzles. Or does that, like... Volpe, did you do the first one? You know how, like, before level 1, there's another... There's one above that, which I assume is a tutorial. Does that have its own puzzles? I should probably just go fucking look. I just don't want to wind up in a... Oh, no. Soda exploded. I just don't want to wind up in a tutorial that takes, like, 15 minutes. You know what I mean? It is just a tutorial. It's just like an autoplay tutorial, right? It's just like the one that plays on the title screen if you let it sit still long enough. Pretty sure. So yeah, that doesn't count. The math doesn't add up somewhere. I think it might be that Wario might have like 12 stages or something. Instead of 10. Yeah, it went up to 10, plus special. That's 132. Yeah, math doesn't work out. I have a feeling Wario's gonna have more than that.
Oh well, we get to rest easy for the rest of the night, which is kind of nice. I don't think anything's gonna break our brains like those big ones did. Until we get to those on Wario's side, of course. But I think without timers, and the fact that since it's free mode, I can just kind of try stuff out if I need to, I think it'll be fine. Is this a new difficulty? No, we're already on this one. Okay. We are up to 20 by 20, aren't we? And we're only on, like, level 5? 6. Alright, let's boogie. We don't got all night. We have about... Actually, wow, it's damn. It's a quarter of... We're almost at 5 hours already. I thought we had a little bit more left in the stream than that. But that's still plenty of time. At this difficulty, we can still get a lot done tonight, so... With this jam plan. Are you gonna try to 100% this Volpe, or do you think you're just gonna go until you get bored? %, is your middle name. That's the spirit. Volpe 100% Maroon. I like the sound of that. Welcome back, Scarlet. I was curious how you'd feel about this particular track. I kind of can't fucking stop dancing to it. I fucked up. I don't know where. Ah. Over here. Oh, it's cup ramen, dude. I think. Yeah, it's cup ramen. Volpletionist? I don't know if I like that, as that doesn't flow very well. Yeah, I don't think any of these had any Nintendo-related pictures in them. I think they're... I thought they were supposed to... It was supposed to be Steam, not smell, but... Leave it to Scarlet, I guess. It wasn't ramen. Whatever. It looked like it. There is no ramen, there is only Picross. You know the rules. This song should have been in fucking Smash Brothers, dude. Don't at me. Just imagine beating Pikachu's ass to this beat. Up somewhere, and I don't know where. I just didn't finish down here, never mind. There we go.
It's the Shmoola princess, dude. We saw a Kappa earlier. There was a Kappa in an earlier Wario stage. Picross challenge, do it without using X's. I've already lost. That's harder than you'd think it would be. I've tried to do it before. It's pretty difficult. Queen Shmoola, whatever. No problem, Volpe. Welcome back. Yeah, and there you go, Volpe. Picross challenge, do it without using the X's. It's actually quite difficult. Synth from Mega Man 8. I think I could see what you mean. Skirt. Something's wrong here. I think it's just that. I think we're okay. It was almost bad, but we're fine. Dude, is this a guy with like a very like Pete the dog grin? Is that what I'm looking at? Actually, the eyes are a little off model now, but still. Oh! I thought that was his lower jaw. I prefer what I was seeing. It was a really funny face. Like, look, you can see it. Got that real funny, like, oversized lower jaw. But fine, whatever. It's a raccoon or whatever. That's sure. Why not? That's another reason. So Volpe, we were talking earlier about why this was not released in the States. By the time they would have localized it, I think the N64 would have been out already. This was pretty late in the Super Nintendo lifespan. So that might have been another reason why they didn't bother. Are you excited for the Avengers update, Scarlet? Or have you not really been keeping up with it? It's fucking tomorrow, dude. There's a small part of me that wants to shelve Bravely Default and play the Avengers update instead, but we're getting so close, dude. I really don't want to shelve it for anything at this point if I can help it. I honestly don't know when we're gonna get around to playing it. That kind of bothers me because I feel like I should probably play it, like, as soon as possible in the interest of it, like, being topical. But I don't think... It was never a big stream game anyway. I don't think it was a big stream game for anybody, so I don't think I particularly need to worry about it. We'll just get to it when we get to it. Thought we were done. Just kind of. I haven't been keeping up with, like, anything about it, so I don't know if they're adding, like, new game modes or anything. Like, let's look at it this way. I think I got, what, like, 2 streams out of playing the Kate update? And then I got 1 stream out of playing the Hawkeye update. So I don't know how much to expect to get out of this one. They're calling it, like, an expansion, so I would assume it's significantly larger. But perhaps that is foolish to do. Yo, free row. Yeah, I don't know anything about the show, Volpe. I cannot weigh in on that. I don't know, do you want to watch it? It's too popular. I think it was once too popular. I don't think it's currently too popular. Does that make sense? There was a point, like, early on where I was like, I wish people would shut the fuck up about this show. Like, it was just constant. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't really hear that much about it compared to how much I used to hear about it. Unless you just mean it's too popular for you to watch, in which case you're probably right. Because I know how you roll. I'm perhaps pleased to say, I don't think I'm gonna be as mentally drained after tonight's stream as I was last week. Because we're, like, kind of getting close to the end already, and I still feel pretty good. Whereas last week I was like, duh, what are words? I'm not having that as much this week, so. It's one of those statues that Mario turns into, dude. I fucked up somewhere. God damn it. It's right there. Never mind. Is that what those are supposed to be? Scarecrows? Well, a free 18 there. You'd love to see that. Sometimes those special characters make my chat freak the fuck out and has to like reload, and I'm always like, the fuck was that? Because I see it like flicker out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, what's going on over here? I'm trying to focus, god damn it. I'm kidding, it's not an setting thing or anything, it's more of just a what the hell?
Thanks, Scarlet.
That one actually didn't make my chat freak out, believe it or not. It was like it already had that one loaded. Could this just be it? Look at the nice little smile. Back up. I think I fucked up. How did this get fucked up? Something about that's wrong, apparently? I'm very confused at the moment. Something about that is apparently wrong.
But it can't be. Or did I screw up somewhere else? I must have screwed up somewhere else. Yeah, now it's fine. Okay. Some wires were crossed. I don't know. My brain just dud. Apparently I am pretty brain fried tonight, and I just didn't realize it. You expected me to dignify that comment? I thought you knew me better than that. I was pretty sure it was going to be an animal of some sort. I love how they keep giving me these big long rows of just freedom. Just here you go. Nice place to start. Don't stress. I do hope you're gonna be present for Bravely Default tomorrow, Scarlet. BT dubs. Shit's getting pretty real. I'd be sad if you missed the final moments. I don't think tomorrow's gonna be the finale. Let me clarify that. That kind of sounded like I was saying tomorrow's it and it's gonna be over. I don't think tomorrow's the finale. I'd be surprised if we finish it tomorrow. Oh, the letters spelling out Mario Picross? Yeah, that's pretty much been it. That's pretty much been it. Something special is gonna happen. We're just getting very close to the end of the game. The primary goal tomorrow is to unlock the class advancements. Now, last stream, some special shit happened that you missed out on. What the fuck is this puzzle? I'm not liking this one. Including the fact that we got to the second bad ending, which was even worse than the first one. we saved Gloria, but we doomed an entire race of people. So, you know, it was a significantly worse ending. Yeah, in order to save Gloria, our plan was basically, let's go talk to the fairies and see what they have to say. Maybe they can help us. And the fairy lady leader was just like, just fight it, Forehead. So we did. We just fought it. And, we couldn't kill it. So she was like, I guess we'll just have to seal off all of fairy kind with stopped time and trap this thing with us. That's just like, I guess, how we're gonna have to solve this problem. And it's like, oh, so we saved one person and doomed an entire race. That's cool. This is exceptionally worse in basically every way except that I guess Gloria gets to live. Which, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm a Gloria fan, but still, what the fuck? Also, what is this thing? Is this one of those little maggot enemies from fucking Hollow Knight? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Or it's one of those, like, elephant enemies from Pikmin. It's something like that. How the fuck am I supposed to narrow this down? Oh. It can only fit like that, that's how. Duh. Oh yeah, and Adele stayed behind too. So, after they and Elvis admitted their love to each other, and then she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be frozen in time for forever with the rest of the fairies, so while you grow old and die." But at least Gloria lived. What is that? There are flies falling, dude. That's a corpse of something. What a weird... Okay. What a weird puzzle, dude. Plus fairies are bad? Okay. You're... We cannot confirm or deny that. But if they are bad, then you may in fact have a point. It may have been a win-win situation. Just a little bit. But even if it was, I think we can agree that Adele was one of the good ones. And I guess are we just sacrificing her to be done with fairies for forever? I guess that's not the worst price to pay. If they are in fact evil. Which, as far as we can tell, they actually aren't. I was actually pretty confident that they were gonna backstab us in the end. But, I guess not. So anyway, now we basically have to... all we have to do to continue is to get the final asterisk. But I want to go upgrade all of the other asterisks, too. And just become a fucking god.
more than we already are. And I don't know how difficult those fights are gonna be. I actually meant to look up last night, like, recommended level for taking those down, to see if I'm, like... Honestly, I'm not gonna make any promises here. Although, if the idea of this being a promise excites you, then what the fuck do you have against Bravely Default? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look up to see, like, what sort of level should I be at to complete those challenges. And if I'm not a high enough level and I have to do some grinding, we probably won't play it tomorrow. Because it's gonna be a little too grindy. We'll probably play Avengers instead. If that happens to be the case. I don't necessarily... I think we'll be okay, but... I'm just gonna have a contingency plan in case that actually does happen to be the case. Maybe I'll even look it up before the end of the stream, just so I can start. Just so I don't forget, for starters. Because I already have, like... I meant to do that a couple nights ago, and that completely skipped my mind. Slipped my mind? Skipped my mind? Slipped? Slipped. Sounds better. I don't know. That didn't look like a pig. Looked like a giant, gross maggot. It does have little legs, though. I don't think I want to know what it is. That's a very... weird... That was a bird. It's a very disturbing Picross puzzle. Always satisfying. Excuse me if you could hear that. My stomach just grumbled something fierce. I am apparently super hungry, and I didn't even realize it, because my stomach was just like, hey, fucker! What are you waiting for? Food! I'm like, oh. Oh, okay. You don't have to be mean about it. Jeez. Are you gonna miss Bravely Default when it's going to Scarlet? I want to, I very suddenly have this, like, bad feeling that, like, everyone hates Bravely Default and they can't wait for it to be gone. And I hope that's not the case. And I feel like I may have, like, accidentally encouraged that, because I definitely complained a lot about, like, dude, this game's fucking long. Which is why I'm trying to now turn it around and remind everyone, like, I have no regrets. Like, I'm still 100% happy that I decided to play that game. Dude, it's a Lunatone. I can see it. It's a Lunatone. There's a lot of Pokemon in this game, dude. It's amazing, because this game came out, like, 3 years before Pokemon existed. Ahead of its time. Definitively ahead of its time. I'm gonna miss this music when it's going, too. This is a fucking jam, dude. Hey, it's Lunatone! Inconvenient Cheeto shape? Coloring? Flavoring? That's very orange. I don't know what moon they based that on. I've never seen a moon quite that orange. Even, like, blood moons aren't that fucking orange. Now I'm stressing myself about the time a little bit too much. I want to get as many of these done as I can. But I'm also super hungry, so I don't necessarily want to go overtime tonight. If I can help it. It could be Cheeto or Dorito, I guess. One is tasty and one is not. It depends on if you prefer your snacks to torture you or actually be delightful. Yo, I got this big ol' bag. I think it's hers? Cheese curls, jalapeno flavored? Holy shit, they're so fucking good, dude. I had to stop myself from eating the entire bag last night. I really wanted to. I was like, these are so good, but if I eat the whole bag, I'm probably gonna regret it, so I need to stop.
Oh yeah, the moon is made of cheese shit. Where'd that come from? Was that just, like, some weird fairy tale stuff? Do you think people were legitimately disappointed when we landed on the moon and they were like, oh yeah, by the way, it's not cheese? Like, do you think anyone legitimately thought that it was? And they were like, dude, I can't wait for them to, like, fucking come home, and then we're gonna set up a supply route, and we're just gonna have fucking moon cheese, dude. This is gonna be the fucking life. And then they came home and were like, oh yeah, it's not made of cheese. They were like, why even bother living? Like, what else is there? What else is there? Why bother? If the moon isn't made of cheese, then this is a world I don't want to live in. I don't know if that's a funny bit or not. I think it's humorous. Fine. This is bottles from Banjo-Kazooie. Like, you need me to tell you. Like, come on. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there. I think this is finally the year that we're finally gonna play Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie on stream. Because there was, the most, like, known N64 emulator had a very big, like, anniversary update a couple weeks ago. Months ago, by now, probably. And it made the games run significantly better. So I think I could probably actually do it now. But, you know, I don't know when. But it's more possible than it's ever been, so... Capital S soon. I haven't tested Banjo-Tooie, though, to be fair. Banjo-Tooie used to have crashing issues, and I definitely want to avoid those. If it still crashes, then we probably won't do that one. It's, I haven't messed with it a whole lot, but it's pretty fucking clean. It's pretty fucking clean. There's a lot of, like, really nice, like, quality of life improvements. Especially as far as, like, authenticity goes. The older versions of the emulators did this annoying thing where, like, they blurred the shit out of, like, 2D textures. So anything in the menu, like, menus, like, fonts and stuff would be, like, super blurry, and I hate it. It looked horrible. You can turn that off now and just be like, make it pixel perfect, and it looks, like, super clean. It's very promising. It's very promising. Their big goal was to make it that Donkey Kong 64 runs better, but a happy coincidence is now other games run better too, so it's some good shit. From what I can tell so far. Like I said, I haven't messed with it a whole lot, but I managed to rig up Banjo-Kazooie running where I was like, this actually looks like what it looked like when I was a kid. Which is what I want. I'm not the type that wants it upscaled and shit. I want it to look like it looked like when I played it as a kid. I want it in all its 360p glory and all that shit. Like, I don't want it to be all HD and stuff. And now I can actually do that, which is super cool. Previously, that wasn't something you could really do with that emulator. There, might be something else that I've teased recently about potentially doing on stream that may have something to do with that emulator. Is all I'll say. I'm very Sakurai and Kojima-like when it comes to stuff like that. I like hiding little details in things and teasing things. Some of you might remember, I don't think Logan's lurking anymore. Maybe he is. Way back when, I used to, like, add stuff to the schedule, except I would, like, encode it so that you wouldn't immediately know what it was. You'd have to kind of, like, fuss with it to try and figure out what it was saying. I stopped doing it because Logan was the only one that seemed to care about figuring out what they said. That, and I'm a little bit more straightforward now about, like, just saying, like, oh, I'd like to play this someday. Like, Scarlet, if you remember, on the break screen, when I updated it and you were like, what's that stuff say on the whiteboard? I love the fact that you were paying that close attention. Even though I didn't hide anything there, I was like, I love that someone was looking at it that much and wondering, is there something hidden there? You want to be able to play GoldenEye Perfect Dark with full analog again? You know those games run at like 2 FPS, right? They haven't aged very well. You can, though. Also, welcome back, Theo. I thought you just went to sleep, to be honest. But welcome back. Little scrolling schedule on screen. No, like on the break screen with, like, you can see my whiteboard in the background and there's stuff written on it. And I think it just says, like, play these fucking games already or something like that. But in real life, that whiteboard has a list of games on it. Yeah, like... Excuse me. I think the last time I played Banjo-Kazooie was, like... similarly, probably like 10 years ago? And I don't think I've played Tooie since I was a kid. So I think replaying those could be a lot of fun. Despite the fact that I put them up there with, like... maybe some of my favorite games ever. Like, they definitely mean a lot to me from, like, my childhood perspective and all that. I don't play them as much as I'd like to. And a lot of that is just because I don't have a way to play them, is what it comes down to. Because, yeah, the emulation wasn't exactly perfect. Oh, no. That was, the schedule on Discord is where I was doing, like, the encoding stuff. And it's going alright, Theo. We got through those, like, really difficult puzzles, and we're just kinda doing the grind now. We're just doing normie puzzles. Seeing how many I can get done before the end of the stream, which is gonna be creeping up in the next 15 minutes. And I'm super hungry, so I'm looking forward to that. Even though I'm, like, kind of in the groove right now. I'm kind of in that state of, like, I don't really want to stop streaming. Like, I'm having fun. Having fun Picrossing and chatting and everything. Also, this song continues to be a fucking bop. So, you know, that's the thing. Oh, it's like a maestro, dude. I don't know. No, not a maestro. Conductor. Do they call conductors maestros, don't they? I don't know. Whatever. You get it. Yay, we did it. Thank you for your support, Wario. He could be telling me to, like, go fuck myself and die for all I know. And I'm just like, hey, thanks. Do 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 do. Brad, how's it going? Sad to say that we are gonna be winding down soon. Yeah, why is he in the desert, dude? Of all places. But before we call it quits, enjoy this fucking bop. You got it out twice. That happens. That is a cat thing. Well, if you let him. I will not let mine get up on the desk. I'm like, absolutely not. No way. Not as a fucking digital artist. The last thing I need is trying to be working on something and having her like sticking her nose in my face. It's like, nope, not doing that. She knows very well to keep the fuck away. I don't care where she goes in the house otherwise, but that's one thing where I'm like, nope. Not a chance. Fucking bop, dude. Does this game, like, have any right having music this cool? Like, there was that one stinker, let's be fair. There was that one music track that was really bad. But, otherwise... Scarlet would probably argue it wasn't bad, but I'm here to assure you that it was bad. Oops. I don't know if the first Picross had a theme. The first Mario Picross. The second one definitely did. Oops. And I don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure the first Game Boy one came out first, then this one, and then 2 on Game Boy. I think. I won't lie to you. I am getting a bit of a headache, and I'm not sure why that is. It's probably just because I'm hungry. But overall, I'm not feeling as just completely brain dead as I was last week, so that's good. Hopefully I won't be a zombie all night, and I'll actually be able to, like, do stuff. Also, it's a fucking dinosaur, dude. I don't think it's gonna have feathers, because this game was made in '95, and, we hadn't quite made that discovery just yet. There's probably a Picross puzzle that implies that Pluto is a planet, too. Pay no mind.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I love how the Mega Man 5 on Game Boy is like, has not aged super well in that regard. Since they were like, hey, what if we make Robot Masters based on the planets? And they're like, okay, so what should Pluto do? It's like, now that probably is like, well, either it seems nonsensical to you, or you're like, yeah, Pluto will always be a planet in my heart, so, as it should be. Depending on, like, when you were born. What, Volpe? This will probably be the last one. I think we'll do this one and then we'll call it quits, like, right at the 6-hour mark. I think that seems like a plan. Well, it might keep us going a little bit longer than 6 hours, but that's fine. I honestly wish I had the energy to go longer, but as I said, I am hungry, so... I saw Chinese from yesterday waiting for me. Yum yum. I'm sure I've mentioned before, there's this local place that makes fucking slam dunk fried rice. So I will feast and be merry. Yeah. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. 7. I think it's a crocodile. Perhaps specifically Pete Bog. Although that's implying that I believe that Pete Bog's Gator Mall is run by alligators. Which, I don't know what that says about me, but I'm not giving up on that headcanon, so... I screwed up a little bit. That's fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, that's the only way that could plan out. Let's correct this. Look at his shifty fucking eyes, dude. Oop, that could be two, actually. Or it's going to be, I just don't know which way it's going to be in yet. Dude, what a bomb. Like, what the fuck? How did you put it, Scarlet? This one could stand up there with, like, Tetris and Dr. Mario music. I think I agree. This one's pretty fucking good. Like, I just can't stop. I just can't stop. It's impossible. That is, in fact, Pete Bog Skater Mall. I don't know what they sell at Pete Bog Skater Mall, but I like this new implication that it's simply run by alligators instead of a mall where you buy alligators. Both are ridiculous in different ways. No one understands what I'm saying except for Brad. Oh, we went a little overtime. That's unfortunate. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, this was a good night. This was a good night. We got through those real fucking difficult puzzles. We got through, like, not as many of these as I would have liked to, if I'm being honest. Where did we start? Level 3? So we only did a total of, like, 40 puzzles tonight. Holy shit. Remember the first night when we did 100 puzzles? Like, no problem? Yeah, what happened? What happened? Oh well, we're getting there. This honestly might take 2 more streams. Because what was I saying that... So, Mario had 11 stages. With 12 puzzles total. So it's 132. And then you subtract that. Apparently this game has apparently this game has 300 puzzles. Which means Wario's gonna have 168. Which is 14 levels. Like, that divides evenly into 14 levels. So, this might take a little bit longer than I was expecting. We'll come back to it next week, though. We'll keep on trucking. Now that we got through those super difficult Mario puzzles, I'm totally down for more. Those were, like, the big thing I was worried about, so I'm good to go. So we'll definitely come back to it next week. Except then it will officially be all Wario all the time. So that's an excellent thing or a terrible thing, depending on how you feel about Wario. Alright, I'm super hungry, so I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Tomorrow will probably be Bravely Default. Like I said, there's a chance that I'm not a high enough level to continue, and I might have to do some grinding. If that's the case, I'm going to shift the schedule around, and we'll just check out the Avengers update tomorrow. But we should be okay. We should be okay on Bravely Default. Because if you figure, we were able to do those challenges to upgrade the classes, like, after the first bad ending. And now we're after the second bad ending, and we're probably, like, I don't know, 8 levels higher than we were? Ish? So, we should be fine, but I'm gonna do a little bit of research to find out. And if I'm gonna have to put some grinding in, then I'll just
and we'll just do something else tomorrow. Unless it's, I don't know if I feel like grinding tonight. So I don't know. I'd say like 95% chance of Bravely Default tomorrow. It's a pretty strong chance that we will continue with that. Then I'll be off Wednesday as per usual. Thursday we'll come back to Bravely Default again, which, well, if we need another night, we'll come back on Thursday. I don't think we're going to finish it in one more stream. I think 2 more streams will be it. But we'll see how tomorrow plans out. Plans out? I always go to say pan out and play out at the same time, and then it comes out plan out, which doesn't make sense. But as long as you guys understand what I'm saying, I guess it doesn't matter. Friday, I'm planning to check out the Risk of Rain update on Friday. I need to run that by Eno. I actually didn't say, hey, do you want to do Risk of Rain on Friday? I need to make sure he's down. I imagine he will be, but I should probably check just to be sure. Saturday, more Mario Golf. Sunday, we're going to check out that Diablo 2 Resurrected open beta weekend. Unless something goes wrong with that, but it should be fine. I think we're going to check that out on Sunday. And then Monday we'll come back to this and continue with Wario's Super Picross. Wario's Super Picross. Most of tonight was Wario's Super Picross too, but whatever. So thank you again, everyone, for hanging out tonight. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Bravely Default. Yeah. Yeah, it's Pete Bog. It's Pete Bog. Pete Bog's Gator Mall. Trust me on this one. Once again, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy.